Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is another day of trial in the case styled State of Ohio Plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. Today is September 27, 2022. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The state is represented by the prosecuting attorney Rob Junk and by special prosecuting attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheiderer of Ohio BCI&I. Yesterday, at approximately noontime, the court was informed about a family matter, I guess I should say, involving one of the jurors that need to be handled in a timely manner and did not affect any issues in the case. And after being informed, counsel and parties all agreed that rather than release the juror, that we would adjourn early yesterday and would resume our hearing this morning, and that the matter may have resolved itself before that. The court's informed that the matter has resolved itself and that we'll be proceeding with all of our jurors here this morning. Is that a correct history of why we adjourned early yesterday from the state's perspective?
It is, Your Honor.
And from the defense perspective?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Are counsel for both sides ready for the jury to be brought in at this time?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good to see you all here. Do any of you have any difficulties or problems that or other matters you need to report to the court at this point? Hearing none, is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, I believe that the state's witness, Suzanne Elliott, was on the witness stand when we adjourned yesterday at noon, or approximately noon. Do you wish her to
Yes, please, Your
occupy
Honor.
the place? Suzanne Elliott.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God.
Please be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Julia Eveslage. It's Eveslage.
Okay. And Ms. Eveslage, where do you work?
Ohio BCI.
Okay, and what is your job there?
I'm a criminal intelligence analyst in the criminal intelligence unit.
Okay. And can you tell us what a criminal intelligence analyst does in the criminal intelligence unit?
We do a variety of things to support major case investigations. We collect information on witnesses, family, associates of persons of interest, as well as victims of crime. We analyze phone records, social media records, financial records, all kinds of data that an investigation might collect, over the course of weeks or months, and we do our best to compile all of that data and make sense of it in terms of charts or timelines, reports, just different things depending on the case.
Okay. And how long have you worked as a criminal intelligence analyst?
I'm coming up on 8 years.
Okay. And can you talk to us a little bit about your education, your background, your training that prepared you for this job?
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree from Ohio State in criminal justice. We have a lot of specialized training that we undergo once you start in our section. We obtain certifications in like investigations in general, or the just certifications that apply to our job, specifically about collecting data, how best to present that data for court, things like that. And then a major focus of our unit is location mapping and analysis of like communication records. So we have a lot of specialized training in terms of that with specific to phone records or location mapping. I hold a certification in cell phone data analysis and mapping, and I hold a certificate in just a basic intelligence series of classes.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach for just one
Yeah.
moment?
Yeah. You may continue your examination.
Thank you. Ms. Eveslage, can you tell us, you indicated that you hold various certifications. How extensive is that training, if you could just walk us through some of that?
So the 3 certifications that I hold, the one specifically is a series of week-long classes. It involves taking 4 classes, and then you apply for your certificate based on like a project for each of the classes, as well as like a kind of like a research project. That one is I guess 4 weeks to get that certification. The other 2 certifications I hold are, I believe, 5 classes. They were each 2-day classes, so a decent amount of hours put into the certificates. And then, we update our training frequently, as often as we can, with the casework that we're assigned. And, we like to stay up to date with the technology and things, the records and things like that.
So you take other ongoing education in addition to those that you took in order to get these certifications, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us specifically what those 3 certifications are?
Yeah. So the first one is a cell phone data and analysis from a law enforcement training company called Police Technical. The second one, I can't exactly remember off the top of my head, but it's another one from the Police Technical, basically like criminal analysis, like intelligence and analysis, I believe it's what it's called. And then I am a certified criminal intelligence analyst with another law enforcement training company called the Alpha Group. So it's a nationally recognized company. That's pretty standard for all the analysts in our section and other analysts that I come across in my job.
And you indicated that you also have you testified previously in court?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've testified?
Once in a criminal trial and once in grand jury proceedings.
Okay. And where was the criminal trial?
Claremont County.
Okay. And the location mapping that you do with phone records, tell us how that is done.
Basically, every time you use your cell phone for a text message, a call, or data transaction, your phone is registering with the cell phone network, whatever carrier you use, Verizon, AT&T, things like that. The phone companies maintain a record of these transactions, and we can obtain through legal process, a search warrant, or a court order, the location information from each of these transactions if it's available. So we are able to compile the records from the phone company, and we plot them on a map using various programs that we have access to, Google Earth, different law enforcement mapping programs that we have, and we just basically provide a pretty picture of a particular date and time, the location of the cell phone or the cell site that the cell phone is used, or whatever electronic device we're looking at, so we can look at a particular date and time and see if there's location data available that may support investigative leads.
Okay. So basically when various records are subpoenaed or obtained through a search warrant, you're the one who pours through those and tries to make some logical sense out of them or glean any information that you can from that.
Yes.
Okay. As part of your duties, do you also sometimes have to look through phone records just to see who people are calling, what their activity has been?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, were you one of the criminal intelligence analysts assigned to the case involving the murder of 8 members of the Rhoden family?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was your involvement? When did you start, and what was your involvement throughout?
At first in the investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck from our unit. We had analysts that were assigned to various data sources that we were obtaining as the days went on after the crimes occurred. I was assigned on a rotating basis at first, and then I believe it was in June of 2016, sometime in the early summer, myself and another analyst were assigned full-time to the case. Prior to that, we had kind of rotated responsibility of who was going to be assigned what, and just based on the caseload, I was chosen to be assigned full-time to the case.
Okay. And remained on for the duration, basically.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your responsibilities in that assignment, especially in the early days, what were some of the things that you guys were trying to obtain? What kind of data points that you were looking at were being obtained at that time?
So our agents were conducting a lot of interviews at the time. We were looking for addresses or phone numbers for people that our agents would like to interview. As data was coming in, we received phone records from I believe all the victims' phones were AT&T, so we were provided exigent records, which is a term that we use to describe basically records we received from the phone company in the event of an emergency. So we received a very small portion of the records right then, like that within a day or the next day following the homicides. But later, we received a more lengthy response from the phone company pursuant to a subpoena that one of our investigators had provided. So it provided a longer glimpse into the activity on the phones, who might be the most frequently contacted people on each of the sets of records, or just people that our investigators may want to speak with from the phone activity.
Okay. And were you aware that there were some phones that physical phones that you had, and I guess talk to me about that. If you actually have a physical phone, is that better in terms of conducting an investigation than if you don't have the phones?
It certainly helps. In this case, we had 3 phones that were recovered from the crime scenes. Those would be Frankie Rhoden's phone, Hannah Hazel Gilly's phone, and Kenneth Rhoden's phone. The others were not found at the crime scenes, so we only have what we can get from the phone companies, and oftentimes it doesn't include content of conversations. It often just is a short picture, a small picture of the total communications or the activity in a person's life. So certainly having the physical phones does help provide context for things that were going on in a person's life, or their daily habits, things like that.
Okay. And also, extractions can be made from that phone, so even if, for instance, messages have been deleted or photographs have been deleted, you can often find those messages regardless, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. My unit doesn't do that specifically, but we do obtain extractions of deleted data that our cybercrimes agents are able to recover. It would just depend on the type of data, the type of device, and things like that. Right.
So you don't extract them, but if there's an extraction done, you are one of the people who would pour through those records oftentimes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is one of the other purposes of getting phone records, especially in a homicide case, so that you can tell kind of the individual's last day's activities, so maybe help you pinpoint who they were interacting with, could be witnesses, or even could be suspects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain records of each of the 8 individuals who were killed on that day in this case?
We were able to obtain records for all the victims except Gary Rhoden. There wasn't a known account that was active at the time of the homicides that we were aware of. So we have 2 phones for Chris Rhoden, Sr., and then all the other victims, aside from Gary, had cell phone records that we were able to analyze.
Okay. And once those records were obtained, were you able to review those records?
Yes. As I mentioned previously, we assigned phones to different analysts that were available. I personally, at the time that we received the records, did Hannah Rhoden's phone. And then as the case went on, we reviewed the work of other analysts in our section, reviewed last outgoing activity, things like that, just as the case went on and the investigation was continuing.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to focus you now on the records for Christopher Rhoden Sr. First of all, you indicated that you had 2 phones for him, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what the phone numbers, well, let me not make you do that, although you probably could.
I can't, it's on the screen in front of me if I'm able to.
Okay. Go ahead.
So the first one was 740-222-8376, and the second one was 740-222-0501, and both of those phone numbers were serviced by AT&T.
Okay. And I'm going to ask Mr. Wilson to go ahead and put that on the big screen, and I will approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit W1, which will be also displayed on the screen. And first of all, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
We're looking at a portion of the records that I have exported from a program that we use in CIU called PLX. It's just a basic analysis software that we use that we can throw in a lot of different files, and it helps us create reports that can be exported to use in various things. So I've selected, I think for all the victims, I started at roughly 8 to 9 p.m. Just to provide a glimpse of the hours leading up to the homicides. And we're looking at outgoing and incoming activity for voice calls and text messages from both of Chris Sr.'s phones. It's a little bit hard to see probably with the gray. I probably should have chosen a different color, but I attempted to, sometimes in the records it can be confusing for someone who's not familiar with exactly what you're looking at. There can be times in the records where it may appear that there would be multiple lines that are the same information, and that typically is a voicemail forwarding, another type of call forwarding, or oftentimes when you're in a bad service area, there's another line that appears to be duplicate, and that would just be a change in the service type. So I've attempted to reduce the confusion by highlighting in the gray, if you can see it, individual groups that are all like one transaction, if you will. So,
Okay.
And then highlighted in red at the bottom, over here is the last outgoing activity for 8376, which was one of Chris Sr.'s phones at 10:52 p.m., and it was a call to Billy Wagner. The second highlighted red is the other phone number belonging to Chris Sr., 0501, and that was at 10:55 p.m., another outgoing phone call to Billy Wagner's phone.
Okay. And so would those 2 times be, or I guess the 22:55:50 be the last activity on that phone?
Yes, that was the last known activity on the cell phone records that we were provided by AT&T.
Okay. So I am able to see, I guess there's, it looks like duplicative entries, right, where the time is the exact same?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to when you say it sometimes has multiple points?
Yes, yeah,
For the same-
oftentimes it'll be, you can see sometimes it says AT&T VM, which is voicemail. It's a routing. It's basically just a second line for the same activity on the phone, if in the most basic terms.
Okay. If we can just go line by line, so you can tell us what the contact was, and then, if there's any duplicative stuff there.
Okay. The first line is an outgoing voice call with a duration of 27 seconds to Billy Wagner's phone. It was at 8:51 p.m. The second line is an outgoing text message at 8:56 p.m. to Dana Rhoden's phone. The third and fourth lines appear to be the same call. It's an incoming voice call from Dana Rhoden at 9:02 p.m. and it lasted for just under 8 minutes. The next 2 are 2 incoming text messages from Dana Rhoden at 9:14 p.m. The next group is an outgoing voice call at 9:18 p.m. to Chris Rhoden Jr.'s phone. Next, at 9:30, an outgoing text to Dana Rhoden's phone. The next group is what I mentioned earlier, where there's a voicemail routing, as well as it appears to be a service change. It was an incoming call from Chris Rhoden Jr. at 9:43 p.m. The next call is at 10:02 p.m., an outgoing call to a number identified as being used by Robin Waddell, lasted for about a minute. Next, at 10:22 p.m., an outgoing call with a 0-second duration to Billy Wagner. It could have gone directly to voicemail, but it was a 0-second duration phone call. The next group is at 10:47 p.m., an outgoing call to Hannah Rhoden's phone with a duration of 4 seconds. The final activity on 8376 at 10:52 p.m., which was, not the final. Sorry, I should have highlighted, this is the last outgoing voice call right here at 10:52 p.m. It was the outgoing call to Billy Wagner, but there is, just shortly after at 10:53, there is an outgoing text to Dana Rhoden. I should have mentioned that I highlighted the most outgoing voice calls. So there is a text at 10:53 p.m. to Dana Rhoden's phone, a call from Chris's second phone, 0501, outgoing to Billy Wagner with a duration of 8 seconds, and then just less than a minute later, another outgoing call to Billy Wagner's phone, and that's the last activity on 0501.
Okay. And it does appear throughout that portion of the day that you have there that he does use both phones, correct?
Correct.
He's calling various people. And you indicated in the call to Chris Rhoden Jr. that there was a service change. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
In the records, sometimes when your phone is using different technologies like 3G, 4G, different service, there's just a line on the records that we see. It may appear just to be a duplicate, but if you look at there's like a code that the AT&T records provide, and we can match that code to a key, that's what we call it, like a legend, that we can know what that code means. So it would have a code for voicemail, it would have a code for call forwarding, or a service change like that.
Okay. And so would that represent a traveling at all, or just the 4G, 3G, 5G?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily indicate any kind of movement. It could just be your phone communicating with a network, finding a different signal, something like that. Okay.
And all the numbers that you provide under the contact name on the far right column, those are all numbers that you have confirmed as belonging to those particular individuals, correct?
Correct. Those numbers were identified through interviews with family or friends, confirmed through other investigative means, or through contacts in other people's phones that were given to us from consent searches.
Going to hand you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit W2 from Dana. Here it is. And first, if you could tell us the phone number and carrier with that phone.
Dana Rhoden's phone was 740-222-0535, and it was serviced by AT&T.
And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah. As with Chris Rhoden's phone, this was a glimpse of kind of the last portion of activity on the phone. In the course of the first days of the investigations, we had determined that Dana had worked until, I think, approximately 11 p.m. She was seen on surveillance with a friend, and so her portion of the records is a little later because she was at work. I didn't include any activity to match this. Just because of the number of outgoing and incoming messages leading up to 3 a.m. So hers begins at 11:25. All of her activity leading up to what was believed to be her time of death was text messages on the records. So, and it was only text messages to Chris Sr. and Chris Jr. So.
And then can you tell us what the last outgoing text and time was?
The last outgoing text was to Chris Sr.'s 8376 phone, and it was at 3:32 a.m.
Okay. And do you have any incoming text messages from Chris Sr.? When is the last any incoming in that time period?
The last incoming from any phone was at 11:27 p.m., and it was an incoming text message from Chris Jr.'s phone. I don't believe there is anything incoming because this starts at 11:25, so the last outgoing activity was prior to 11 p.m. on Chris Sr.'s phone. So there's nothing in these records that would be incoming from Chris Sr.
Okay. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit W3 regarding Hannah Rhoden. And again, so far for each of these phones, these are records only, nothing to be obtained from their actual phone because you do not have their actual phone, correct?
Correct. The phones that we've covered so far, the physical phones were not retrieved from the crime scenes.
Okay, so, oops. Sorry. Sorry.
Right. I got it.
Okay. Regarding State's Exhibit W3, which is regarding Hannah Rhoden, can you tell us what her phone number and carrier number were?
Hannah Rhoden's phone number was 740-941-9600, and it was serviced by AT&T.
And can you go ahead and summarize what you found in those records?
Yeah. So for this portion of time, I've started at 9:02 p.m. That was a time when investigators had determined that she was, I believe, with her cousin Kendra Rhoden. She sends a series of text messages throughout the night, not the night, but from about 9:15 to 9:45. With Kendra Rhoden, there is outgoing and incoming communication with Jake Wagner during this glimpse of records, as well as communication with Corey Holdren. And then finally, there was 2 incoming text messages from a number that we could not identify through investigative means. It appeared to be a reseller, like a prepaid phone number that we couldn't identify.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and walk us through. You said at that 9:02, that's the first outgoing text is to Kendra Rhoden, correct? And then if you could just go ahead and walk us through, since again, just to make sure there's no duplicates on there so we understand what the evidence is.
Okay, at 9:02 p.m., an outgoing text message to Jake Wagner. At 9:03 p.m., an incoming text message from Kendra Rhoden. At 9:03, an incoming text from Jake Wagner. At 9:07, an incoming text from Kendra Rhoden. 9:07, an incoming text from Jake Wagner. 9:08, there appear to be 2 outgoing text messages to Kendra Rhoden, as well as 2 outgoing text messages to Jake Wagner. 9:08, 9:11, an incoming text message from Kendra Rhoden. 9:11, an incoming text message from Kendra Rhoden. 9:12, 2 outgoing messages to Kendra Rhoden. 9:12, another incoming from Kendra Rhoden. 9:13, another incoming from Kendra Rhoden. 9:13 again, an outgoing text message to Kendra Rhoden. 9:15, an incoming text from Kenneth Rhoden. 9:15 again, another incoming text from Kenneth Rhoden. 9:15, outgoing to Kenneth Rhoden. At 9:35 p.m., there was an outgoing voice call attempt to Jake Wagner's phone. It has a 0-second duration. Without having the other end of the records in front of me, I can't determine what exactly happened with that call, but it did have a duration of 0 seconds on her side. At 9:39, outgoing text message to Corey Holdren. 9:39 again, another outgoing text message to Corey Holdren. 9:39 p.m., outgoing text to Corey Holdren. At 9:43, 2 incoming text messages from Jake Wagner. And then at 9:44, 2 outgoing text messages to Jake Wagner. 9:50, 2 incoming text messages from the number I mentioned previously that we were unable to identify. And then at 10 p.m., the last outgoing activity is 2 text messages to Corey Holdren's phone.
Okay. And then after that point, was there any further activity on Hannah Rhoden's phone?
Not from the records that were provided.
Okay. And specifically not from the phone records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Handing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit W4, which is Christopher Rhoden Jr. And if you could tell us the phone number again, the carrier.
All right, Chris Rhoden Jr.'s phone was 740-222-2674, and again, it was serviced by AT&T. The analysis of his communications begins at approximately 9:15. A series of text messages incoming from Dana Rhoden's phone. It appeared to be, a handful of them. At 9:18, there was an incoming voice call from Chris Sr.'s 0501 phone that lasted for a little over 3 minutes in duration. At 9:22, there's an outgoing text message to Dana Rhoden. At 9:24, an outgoing text message to Dana Rhoden. At 9:43, there is an outgoing voice call to Chris Sr. that appears to be routed to voicemail. At 11:25, there is 2 incoming text messages from Dana Rhoden. 10:25, 2 outgoing text messages. 4 outgoing text messages. At 11:27, an incoming text from Dana, 4 of those. And then the final outgoing activity on the records is at 11:27 p.m., which was 2 outgoing text messages to Dana Rhoden.
Okay. And some of the information that you see there is consistent across the records. In other words, what you see outgoing on Chris Jr., you may see incoming on Chris Sr., correct?
Correct.
Et cetera. And then I believe you testified that, what was your understanding of the work hours of Dana that day, or how late was she at work?
I believe that she worked a double shift that day, and I can't recall the exact time off the top of my head, but approximately 11 p.m. She had gotten off work and was seen at a gas station talking to a friend. That was the rough timeline of the night.
Okay. So when she's texting with her son, or when Chris Jr. Is texting with her, that's presumably while she's still at work, correct?
Yeah, on the earlier messages on the records, we would assume that she was at work, and then the later one, perhaps when she was on the way home, attempting to get a hold of him.
Okay. I'm going to hand you now State's Exhibit W5 and W5A. Focus your attention first on W5 regarding the records for Frankie Rhoden. Frankie Rhoden, also known as Clarence Franklin Rhoden, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there.
Frankie Rhoden's phone number was 740-835-7490. It was serviced by AT&T, and Frankie's phone was recovered from the crime scene.
Okay. And in addition to the recovery of the phone, you also obtained records, correct?
Correct.
And that is what is reflected here, or that's the source of the information here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you don't mind going ahead and walking us through that again, I see a lot of gray on this one, so I know some of them are lumped together.
Yes. So the records begin just after they don't begin, but this glimpse of the records begin at approximately 9 p.m. 2 incoming text messages from Chelsea Robinson. There was an outgoing voice call at 9:05 p.m. to Chelsea Robinson. I believe it was determined that it was discussion over Frankie and Chelsea's child, coordinating childcare, things like that. At 9:07, an incoming voice call, which there's grouped together from Chelsea Robinson. At 9:09 p.m., an incoming voice call from Hannah Hazel. At 9:09, an outgoing voice call. I'm sorry, that should be. It's hard to see on the paper that's printed, but that the 4 lines there are all appear to be a voicemail routing with the call with Hannah Gilly. So at 9:09, an incoming voice call with a 0-second duration from Chelsea Robinson. That appears to be routed to voicemail. 9:09, an incoming call from Chelsea Robinson, 4 seconds in duration. And then finally at 9:09, an outgoing voice call for approximately 5 minutes with Chelsea Robinson. At 9:15, 4 incoming text messages from Dana Rhoden. And then at 9:16, 2 outgoing text messages to Dana Rhoden's phone, and followed by at 9:16, an outgoing voice call for approximately 2.5 minutes to a number known to be used by Danny Hatfield. The last outgoing activity on Frankie's phone was at 9:45, on the records. At 9:45, an outgoing voice call for 2.5 minutes approximately to Chelsea Robinson.
Okay. And then referring your attention to W5A, can you tell us what, in addition to the records, were you able to tell from the phone extraction the last actual activity on that phone that night?
Yeah. Our cybercrimes investigators were able to perform a forensic extraction of the device that was recovered from the crime scene, Frankie Rhoden's phone, and it was determined that there was a picture of Brentley and Ruger Rhoden that was taken at 10:59 p.m. So that was believed to be the last activity on the phone itself.
Okay. And so what are we looking at there?
The information on the left is what we call the metadata from the phone. It tells you the date and time, the source of the phone, or I'm sorry, the source of the picture or the item, and then it includes information about what device took that, which would be this ZTE phone that was known to be Frankie's phone, and other types of information that I am not quite the best person to explain. Our cybercrimes unit would be able to tell you about all of the different metadata sources and things like that. But ultimately, this is a picture that was taken at 10:59 p.m. On Frankie's phone, and it's the last activity that we can see on the extraction.
Okay. Approaching you what's been marked as State's Exhibit W6 regarding Hannah Hazel Gilly. Can you go ahead and tell us what we're looking at there?
This glimpse into Hannah Hazel Gilly's phone, the phone number was 740-648-8599, and her phone was recovered from the crime scene. Her records start at just before 9 p.m. Group of it's an incoming call for 47 seconds from Frankie Rhoden's phone. At 9:09, an attempt to place an outgoing call to Frankie Rhoden's phone forwarded to voicemail. Another attempt at an outgoing call to Frankie Rhoden at 9:09. At 10:28, a series of text messages from Hannah's sister Miranda. At 10:41, another 4 incoming text messages from Miranda Gilly. And then at 12:59 a.m. is the last outgoing activity on the records, which was a text to Miranda Gilly.
And do you know who Miranda Gilly is?
Hannah's sister.
Okay. And finally, approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit W7. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a glimpse into the last records available for Kenneth Rhoden's phone, 740-648-8543, and again, the carrier was AT&T. Kenny's phone was recovered from the crime scene. His records that I've prepared here begin at 9:09 with an outgoing voice call to Luke Rhoden, Kenneth's son, lasts for approximately 4.5 minutes. Followed by an outgoing text message, 2 outgoing text messages to Stacy Rigsby, his, I believe, ex-wife, at 9:33 and 9:34, and at 9:36 p.m., 2 incoming messages from Stacy Rigsby, 9:41, an outgoing text message to Stacy Rigsby, and then finally the last activity at 9:41 p.m., an outgoing text to Stacy Rigsby.
And was that the extent of the analysis you did? And I realize you've only given us a portion. I'm certain that you looked at more extensive time, but for purposes of this, of your testimony here today, does that represent the extent of the phones that belong to the victims that you were able to obtain records for?
Yes. Well, in terms of the activity on the phones, yes.
Yes.
We had attempted to obtain location data from the missing phones, and nothing was proven to be ascertained from the record. You know, the location data there was just nothing that was going to be helpful in locating the phones.
And tell us about that. What is the purpose of trying to locate the phones immediately after somebody is killed?
If they're missing from the crime scene, certainly we would want to obtain them if we could. With content that's always available, it's useful to our investigation to have a bigger picture if we can. And certainly if a group of them was missing from the scene, we wanted to do our best to obtain them. But that was not included in this package for testimony.
Okay. And is it true that you also sometimes can obtain then geolocation information on that would allow you to track where the victims' phones went?
Yes, with the search warrant.
Okay. And again, I think you just indicated that we're not talking about that today.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Do all of the well, first of all, did you prepare all of the exhibits that appear in State's Exhibit W1 through W7?
Yes.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately depict the records that were obtained in this case and that you looked through and prepared for today?
Yes.
That. Okay, just for clarification purposes, I think you were testifying about how it's more helpful if you actually have the physical phone because you can get a lot of content, whereas if you don't have the phone, what you're left with are just kind of records or artifacts of activity, correct?
Yes. Oftentimes the actual phone provides a bigger glimpse into the life of a person. Their daily habits. You can oftentimes obtain pictures, you can obtain locations, you can obtain content of conversations. Without that, most of the service providers don't maintain any kind of content that law enforcement is able to retrieve with legal process. So it does oftentimes provide a larger picture that is useful to us.
Okay. And specifically with the AT&T carrier, were you able to get any text content from the phones that you did not have through subpoena or search warrant or any other manner?
No.
Okay. And I believe you indicated that each of the victims that have records were all belong to AT&T, correct?
Correct.
Right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Do you wish to defer cross-examination until after the lunch break, or do you wish to cross-examine now?
Yes, I think so. Could I talk to the prosecutor for a second? Judge, if we could do the cross after lunch.
All right. We will be taking a lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen, until 1:30. At 1:30, you're to assemble at the jury room downstairs and be brought up by court personnel as you have been. During the break here, the noon break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're to do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to view, read, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all. And you're to have no contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further before we break for a noon break?
No, thank you.
All right, then we are in recess until 1:30. Back on the record now following lunch. Is the state ready to proceed today? Let's see, you'd finished your direct, and we were going to do the cross if the defense is ready to cross at this time.
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury in then.
Evaslage.
Evaslage.
Yeah. Yeah. I get a lot of different things.
you all be seated. And Ms. Canepa, you had concluded your direct examination, correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, and now the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you just please tell us your last name again? I couldn't hear you. I was on the far side of the room.
It's Eveslage,
And how do you spell that?
Eveslage.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for George Wagner. Thank you for your work in this case and the information you've provided. I do have a few follow-up questions. As I understand it, you'll be coming back later in the case to testify about other matters that you have knowledge of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to limit my questions to just a few basic concepts, if I could. Now, with respect to cell phones, can you, I think you said something earlier on your direct about location mapping, is that right?
Yes, the location mapping is something that we do if we receive location information with sets of records. We would map specific dates and times in the location of the corresponding transaction.
Okay, and could you explain to the jury how that works?
So the carriers or the companies that maintain the location data that we've received provide us with typically a latitude and longitude, a pin location with a specific radius of uncertainty around that location. So depending on what type of data we've received, we can map it differently. We receive just different sorts of data from different companies. But generally speaking, we focus on a particular date and time and a specific location.
All right, and as I understand it, all the records here, as you testified, were from AT&T, so it's the same company, correct?
Correct.
All right, and so as I understand it, when a cell phone is turned on, it connects with a cell tower. Is that correct?
So the phone is always in communication with a cell site. It's always looking for the best coverage. It's going to use the closest and strongest tower or cell site. It doesn't necessarily. It's not always like the minute you turn it on. It's always searching for the strongest signal.
Sure. So when its cell phone is turned on, it is continuously searching for the strongest signal. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I were to make a phone call with my cell phone, the phone will connect to the strongest signal.
Yes.
All right. That can be the closest tower. It could be one nearby, but not the closest. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. So if you have the tower location where the phone is pinging, as we say, that's not necessarily the closest tower, it's just the strongest signal. Is that right?
Yes. It depends on a variety of factors.
Of course. Geography can play a part, and there are other factors, correct?
Yes.
Did you do a tower location map for the victim's phones you have testified about?
So I personally worked on Hannah Rhoden's phone. As I mentioned in my direct testimony, my unit shared the assignment. So there was an analysis done for each of the victims' phones that had locations available, but that was not included in my testimony today.
Fair enough. That may be covered later on.
I believe so.
Okay, fair enough. I'll save questions about that for later then. It's fair to say, it's kind of common sense, but I'll ask you, a cell phone is registered in a particular person's name, correct?
It can be. If you have a prepaid phone, you're not required to have, you should provide your legal name. Some people provide their legal names, others provide a pseudonym or a made-up name, or just nothing.
Correct, and I was going to get to that, but let's go to that now. Some of the records you identified earlier, you said were from a prepaid phone, is that right?
There was one, if I recall correctly, that was from what we call a reseller. It's a company that sells prepaid phones that, like buys numbers from a larger company. And that was just a phone number that we were not able to obtain what we call subscriber information. That's what would come back from the phone company to tell you what name the phone is in.
Sure, and the phones of the victims were from AT&T, that's their subscriber company, correct?
Correct.
But I could go to a store, there are various stores I could go to and buy this prepaid phone pay cash, for example, and use the phone, and no one could ever trace that I'm using that particular phone. Is that fair?
In terms of a name, if you don't provide a name, we wouldn't have a name that would come back. There may be contacts on the phone that we could use to attempt to identify who's actually using the phone, but without a name, we have to resort to other investigative methods.
Sure. And so the idea of a cell phone is I could loan my cell phone to my girlfriend, my wife, my son, my daughter, my friend, and they could use it, and if they're using it, whoever they call or whoever calls them would show up on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I understand your testimony, if you have the actual phone, it's easier to collect the information provided by a text, either to or from that phone. Is that right?
Yes, the physical phone oftentimes gives us the content of the messages or the communications. This particular set of records, we did not obtain content from AT&T.
And why is that?
The company doesn't maintain it.
Do they not maintain it, or do they not maintain it for a certain period of time?
AT&T, based on my training and experience, does not maintain content for text messages or communications.
Okay. And it varies by company, is that right?
Yes.
So if you had subpoenaed or got a court order of some sort for the content of the text messages, they would be completely unavailable because AT&T does not store them.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Can you tell from the records you received the type of telephone that was associated with each phone number?
Yes, so in the AT&T records, when you look at the sheet, the Excel sheet or the PDF, whatever they provided, it includes an identifier that's unique to the phone. It's called the IMEI. It's like an equipment number for your phone. That's listed on the records, and then there's a specific number for your SIM card that's assigned to the phone company. So that's how the phone company knows what SIM card is using their network.
Sure.
That's listed on the records themselves.
Okay, and could you explain what a SIM card is?
Most phones these days use a SIM card to provide you service on your phone carrier. You can put a SIM card in a new phone. You can save it for a later day, but it provides an identifier to use the network that you're subscribing to.
So if I have, say, 2 phones from AT&T, I can take the SIM card out of one phone, put it in a completely different phone, and use that. Is that correct?
You could,
If I wanted to.
if it was compatible, yeah.
If it's compatible, of course. And so a phone call from that second phone would have the same telephone number information on the records. Is that right or not?
If you've switched the SIM card, it will provide the same SIM number on the records, but the equipment that's using the SIM card is going to appear differently, if I'm following you correctly.
Fair enough. Were you provided the billing records with respect to each phone?
Yes, the subscriber and the billing information is all included in what we see on one sheet with respect to each of the phone numbers. So you get, a name, an address, billing information if it's available. It just depends on what the company maintains.
Sure. Now, you indicated that the companies do, that AT&T in particular, does not retain the content of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if any government agencies retain the content of the text messages?
To my knowledge, with any legal process, there's no content that's available from AT&T phones. So I can only speak for what I've received as an analyst with BCI. I can't speak for other agencies. I haven't worked for any other agencies to obtain the records, so I have never personally received or known of anyone to get content of text messages from AT&T.
Okay, but my question is, does a government agency have the ability to get that content either through interception or otherwise?
With legal process with an intercept, yes, but that's a completely different arena that we're talking about.
Okay, I'll save that for a later day if we approach that. Finally, do you know whether the content of the conversations on a wireless phone can be captured?
You mean specific to AT&T phone records?
Yes.
There's no content that's available for any kind of text message communication from these records. There's nothing that comes back. Even if you ask for it, there's nothing that we receive in terms of content.
Okay, I'm not talking about text messages now, just to be clear. I'm talking about conversations. If I make a phone call from my AT&T phone to another phone, is the content of my conversation captured?
In terms of the victim's communications, no.
I'm talking in general.
With specific legal process for an intercept, you could obtain what you're referring to, the recordings, but with respect to the victim's records, there's no maintenance of any kind of conversation that would be occurring.
So, and with the records you've testified about so far, you do not have any content of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
And you do not have any content of the conversations?
Correct. Other than AT&T does provide you with voicemails if they're still in existence on their network. They maintain a certain period of time with your voicemails. So we were able to attain, I can't say for sure which phone it was, but there were some voicemails that were recovered. But other than that, there's no content of any conversations.
Okay. Now, explain one thing to me. In one of the exhibits or more, you indicated that there were multiple lines that apply to the same communication. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you just explain that again so I understand it?
Yeah, so on the records that we received, the raw data from the phone company, I highlighted them to group them together to eliminate kind of confusion. I know what I'm looking at, but to make it less confusing, I've grouped them all together. But when you're looking at the data, there at the end of the line, there's like a code that the phone company gives you to determine what type of activity it is. So you may have two lines that appear to have the exact same data, the person's phone number, the date and time, the duration, the type of call, and then it could be voicemail forwarding or another type of call forwarding, or it could be changes in the type of service that it's using. So
What do you mean by the change of type of service?
like a 3G, 4G, out here there's not a ton of cell sites available for use, so you may use a different type of technology, and that's just the network, AT&T, providing us with that information for the phone.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Eveslage, you were asked if you get content from AT&T, and I believe your testimony is you do not get content of text messages or any conversations that had occurred, obviously.
Correct, with respect to these victim records.
Okay. And that is something that you do ask for, though, correct? When you subpoena records, you certainly ask for as much as they will give you. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's typical practice to ask for everything that you're aware of that a phone company may maintain, and it's up to them to provide what they retain in response to your legal process.
And different service providers maintain different things. For instance, AT&T, you said, maintains the voice messages, but other companies don't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and another company might have content of text messages for a certain period of time, but AT&T doesn't,
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked about getting recordings of conversations, and you mentioned the term intercept. Just briefly explain what that means.
An intercept is what we refer to as a Title III. Other people refer to it as a wiretap. It's basically with specific legal process, law enforcement can obtain basically they intercept your oral communications or written communications depending on the legal process. But in this specific instance, that didn't apply to any of these phones.
Okay. And so we're clear, that's intercepting conversations as they're occurring, correct?
Correct, it's real time,
Okay.
or basically real time.
Okay. And, but you can't go back, no matter what legal process you have, and get conversations that have occurred retroactively or historically, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just regarding the information that you've provided to us today, is that something that you also shared with the investigators in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
No, thank you.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Special Agent Ryan Scheider to the stand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and go ahead and spell your last name?
My name is Ryan Scheider, Scheider.
And Agent Scheider, can you please tell us where you are employed?
I'm a special agent at the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation, which is also known as Bureau of Criminal Investigation, or BCI.
Okay. And how long have you been employed at BCI?
Since March of 2012.
Okay. And can you please tell us, we've heard a lot about BCI, but if you would go ahead and tell us, what is that? What do you do? What does BCI do?
Sure. BCI falls under the umbrella of the Attorney General's Office for the state of Ohio. We are the investigative division for the Attorney General's Office. The agents that work at BCI are peace officers, so we are law enforcement. Generally, we are a request-only agency, which means places like Pike County, Columbus Police, Franklin County Sheriff's Office would call us for assistance in some kind of an investigation. We also do some of our own investigations. That's kind of limited of what our original jurisdiction is, but we do that. Primarily, we provide expert investigative services to local law enforcement agencies, and we do that through the agents, which are law enforcement. We also do that through the lab, which we run the state crime lab. In addition to those two things, we also run the identification division. So much like the FBI, we house your fingerprints, criminal histories, the DNA database, and that kind of thing.
And the agents include crime scene agents as well, correct?
We have crime scene agents, which you've heard from this week or last week. We have special investigation unit agents, which is major crimes, which is where I'm assigned. We have narcotics agents. We have cyber crimes agents. We have environmental agents, and we also have special victims unit agents, which handle sex offenses, child crimes, elder crimes, human trafficking. And then we also have a tech ops division that has agents assigned to it as well.
And you indicated that your current assignment is SIU. First of all, what does SIU stand for?
Special Investigations Unit. Basically, it is major crimes. We handle any major crime, such as homicide. We used to handle adult rapes. That's now under SVU. Public corruption, financial crimes, robberies. We would also handle officer-involved shootings, critical incidences, in-custody deaths, so jail deaths, question deaths. We would handle just an array of things. We also do some fugitive apprehension with the Marshals Task Force.
Okay. And you indicated that you're a request-only agency with few exceptions. And you mentioned Pike County and Franklin County, but you would respond to any of the 88 counties that requested your assistance, correct?
Correct. BCI is broken into quadrants, basically. So it starts out north and south. That division line is similar to the federal districts. It's kind of what we follow, not exactly, but very similar. So if you kind of look at 70, that would break us up. And then we are divided into groups basically of northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. So I'm assigned to Southeast SIU, which starts in Delaware County, runs to Portsmouth, east. 22 counties that I service.
And can you tell us, first of all, what is your education background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in agriculture. I was on the pathway to go into veterinary school. So in 2000, I received my bachelor's of science.
Okay, and where did you obtain that from?
The Ohio State University.
You took a turn.
So yes, in November of 2004, I started my employment with the Marion County Sheriff's Office as a dispatcher. So I sat at the desk, answered phones, dispatched calls for service, and entered things into databases for the Sheriff's Office. In approximately November or December of 2005, I started enrollment at the Marion Technical Law Enforcement Academy, just a local college that offers a peace officer academy. And I graduated from that in June of 2006, and at which time I was appointed as a deputy sheriff at the Sheriff's Office.
And how long did you, and that was still in Marion County, correct?
Correct.
And how long did you stay at Marion County?
I was there officially until March of 2012.
Okay. You say officially.
So yeah, after I got my appointment as a deputy sheriff, I worked the road. That's typically what people do, is they go out and become what we call road patrol or patrol officers. I did that until October of 2007, at which time I was moved back to investigations, and I handled major crimes. We did almost all felony investigations for the Sheriff's Office. I also became a firearms instructor during that time, and I also became a member of the tactical team. I became an in-house trainer at that time. Eventually, I was moved to a drug task force where I worked in narcotics. And then in late 2011, Marion County as well as Marion City experienced layoffs due to funding issues, and I was placed on layoff.
Okay. And at that point, do you apply to BCI?
Yes, at that point I applied for several places, not knowing whether or not I would be called back to Marion County, and I accepted an offer from BCI.
Okay. And can you just give us a rough idea of what it takes to get hired on to BCI, or what the process is?
And it changes a little bit, varies with administration. They all have certain goals and criteria that they want. When I applied, they wanted 5 years minimum experience as a law enforcement officer, and they specifically wanted investigative experience. And then they also, at the time, I think it was an associate's degree or above. But typically you apply, there's a posting, an external posting is what they call it. You would apply. They narrow down the applications to what they think fits what they need. And from that point, then you go through an interview process. My interview consisted of a board. It was a panel. That was my initial interview, which was a special agent in charge, a supervisor, a union member, and a member from HR. Once I did that interview process, then I was given a conditional offer. The conditional officer basically states, here's what we're offering you, here's what your base rate pay would be, and do you consent to a background at that point? And at that point, you go through a 4 to 6 month background check, which includes a polygraph.
Interviews with people that knew you or know you?
Yes, some of the things they do would be interview your neighbors, interview, of course, any references, any places of employment. Certainly, they want to go back to your home agency. If you come from a law enforcement agency, they're going to go back there and they're going to pull your records, especially your discipline history, that kind of thing. They check your references. They do tax checks. And yes, they do home visits. They interview your spouses, that kind of thing.
Okay. Drug testing?
Drug testing, fit for duty testing, psychological testing. We also have to go through, it's approximately a 1-day thing of doing psychological testing.
Okay. And so at some point, you get hired on by BCI, correct?
Yes, in March of, I think it was March 12th of 2012.
Okay. And can you tell us what you've done since you've joined BCI?
Yeah, my first assignment at BCI, I was assigned to the Hollywood Casino in Toledo. We were, BCI was contracted through the Ohio Casino Control Commission to do the law enforcement activities at the casinos. The Casino Control Commission at the time, because it was such a new and fast-growing thing, did not have their own peace officers to provide law enforcement services, so they contracted with BCI. So I took that assignment. So I spent approximately a year there at that casino, investigating gambling-related crimes, obviously. And then in January of 2013, I accepted a position in SIU Southeast, which required me to move to the Southeast District.
Okay. And that's where you have been since?
Yes, I have been in SIU ever since that, but I have had different assignments within SIU. So initially, I started off investigating major crimes when I went through my FTO period or FTA period, which is a field training period. So I was assigned a senior agent, and that agent would involve me in his cases, make sure that I was competent in my investigations. But in April of 2013, I got assigned to a human trafficking task force in Columbus, Ohio, that covered Franklin County as well as Delaware County. So I remained on that task force until January of 2016. And while I was on that task force, I obtained my Master Criminal Investigator Certificate, which is offered through the Peace Officer Training Academy. And basically that states that you've attended approximately, I think at the time was 170 hours of advanced investigative training through the Peace Officer Academy. I also became a certified basic unit instructor, so I am certified to teach at basic police academies. I can teach 21 subjects at the police academy. After my assignment with the Human Trafficking Task Force, I was moved back to my original position at SIU, so I just started taking cases. While I was taking cases, then Attorney General Mike DeWine, wanted me to develop something unique for human trafficking in Ohio. So at that time, myself and a couple other employees from BCI, we came up with this thing called the High Risk Youth Program for the state of Ohio, where we take records. So BCI houses the Missing Persons Clearinghouse for the state of Ohio, including children. That's one of our statutory obligations. So BCI would see these missing person records involving juveniles. We would identify these red flags that, hey, this child is exhibiting red flags that indicate they might become a victim of human trafficking and they need intervention. So we would send out these letters to local law enforcement and say, we've identified this potentially high-risk youth, and you may want to try to intervene or make contact with that youth to see what's going on. And then in April of 2016, this incident occurred.
And when this incident occurred, you became assigned to it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell us, since you've been in SIU, what kind of cases have you investigated? You talked about, have you in fact done all those investigations that you talked about that SIU does?
Yeah, for the most part. So I've investigated 24 homicides, numerous officer-involved shootings or critical incidents. We call them the same thing depending on what they are. I would say approximately 30 to 40 of those incidents. Death investigations, we do a lot of those. And not every death is a homicide. Sometimes it's what we call a question death, so we just don't know what happened, so we investigate those anyways. And then also we do a lot of in-custody or jail deaths for law enforcement. Just to be transparent, they'll ask us to come in and do an independent review to make sure that everything criminally is okay. I've done several sex offenses. I've done a lot of human trafficking cases, including at the federal level. So human trafficking cases I've done in Delaware County, Franklin County, as well as I have testified in federal court at St. Louis, Missouri on a federal human trafficking case. Really, the only thing I have not done much of is financial investigations.
Okay. And in addition to, when you got your master's investigative certificate, you talked about that being approximately 170 hours. What other types of topics or trainings have you received?
Okay. So most agents, especially in SIU, when they hire in, they want a certain path that, BCI says you guys need to attend these classes based on whatever your discipline is. So with us being major crimes, the things that we get sent to and that I have attended would be like a 40-hour death investigation class, a 40-hour basic investigation class. I've been to a 40-hour blood stain analysis class, computer crimes classes, sex offense classes. I've received over 500 hours of human trafficking training and missing persons training. One of the things that I do at the police academy is I'm one of the few people that can teach human trafficking as well as missing children. You have to have a special designation to instruct those topics, so I do hold that. As well as I'm also a member on this missing persons thing. I'm a member of the Delaware County Child Abduction Response Team. We are the first and only CART team in the state of Ohio to be certified through the federal government to investigate missing and abducted children cases. But we really focus on a lot of training at BCI, and sometimes that includes exterior training, external training, where we get sent to, Florida, Pennsylvania, different places like that. But it also could be in-house training, because we have a lot of people that get certified as experts in topics, so they will bring that expertise back and they will do in-house training for us, or we'll do a case review on something. So I've received, I would say, right around 1,000 hours of training since the police academy.
And there's also times where you bring in external experts to BCI to provide training to a group, as opposed to sending individuals.
Correct. We're encouraged to go out and do training on ourselves, to find our own training, but then BCI also will either bring in our in-house experts or external experts to do specific trainings depending on, just what year it is. We try to rotate of what it is.
Okay. So back in April of 2016, your assignment at that time was still SIU, and you are still in SIU, correct?
Correct, Southeast.
Okay. And can you tell us, how did you first learn about this case?
So that morning, overnight, it had rained, and I only needed a few hours left to fulfill my 40-hour requirement for the week. So I was outside working in my yard, rolling my lawn because it was moist out and the ground was soft. And when I came in from that, it was probably 8:30, 8:45, I noticed on my phone that I had approximately 10 or 15 new emails, numerous missed calls, text messages, and when I opened that up, then I was advised that there was something going on in Pike County and that all units needed to respond.
Okay. And Pike County is included in your...
It is included in Southeast, correct.
Okay.
Basically follow 23 from Delaware County to Portsmouth.
Okay. And can you tell us at that time, what was the information that you had regarding what was going on?
Sure, it was very limited. So at the time, I think they only were aware of 5 or 6 victims, at least BCI was. That's the information that was being passed on to us. So obviously made contact with our supervisor. The ones that were available to go said, yes, I can respond, which at that time was our entire unit did respond, all the agents in my unit. I responded at approximately 9:30 is when I left my residence, and it took me approximately 2 hours to get to the Piketon PD, which was the briefing area.
Okay. And once you got to the Piketon PD, what did you do?
This was a very chaotic day. This was a big incident. At the time we had 7 victims. So once we got to Piketon, we learned there were 7 victims and 3 different residents. That's a lot, even for BCI. That's a lot for any agency, especially in Ohio. So at that time, they were dividing the crime scenes up and naming them off. They were labeled 1, 2, and 3. We had a lot of staff was there. They were calling in analysts. There was SIU agents coming in. There was SIU agents from Southwest coming in. There was narcotics agents to come in simply for manpower reasons. We also had crime scene agents responding and cyber agents. But for the most part, what we did is we had a basic overview of what the deputies had found when they responded initially, which was the locations and the number of victims. Those were divided up with crime scene agents and SIU, and we were told to respond to those locations. I was told to respond to 4077 Union Hill Road, and that's where I went.
Okay. And we've heard testimony previously that was referred to as crime scene 1.
Correct.
and the scenes were numbered based on the order in which they were discovered.
Yes, they were.
Okay. So once you arrived out at, or did you in fact respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you arrived there, what did you observe?
I mean, you guys have seen the area on the jury view. The roadway is not very large. It's very narrow. It's a congested area. It's very rural. It took us forever to get there. That's one thing that stuck in my mind. We kept contacting each other like, are we even going the right direction? This doesn't seem correct. But once we got there, I stood outside on the roadway because there was crime scene tape up and the search warrants had not been obtained yet at that time. So myself and the other SIU agents that were assigned to my location, as well as next door to Frankie's, which would have been 4199, stood in the roadway waiting for the crime scene agents to get their search warrant to go in and process the scene.
Okay. And to be clear, they would be the ones processing the scene, correct? Not you?
Correct. We would not be helping process that scene. Now, after crime scene processes a scene, sometimes we go in and check and do a secondary search.
Okay. And can you tell us what agent was assigned along with you to scene one?
Jenny Comisford and Stefan Daniels.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that there was another victim found?
Yes. While we were out in that area waiting for the search warrants to be signed, that's when there was the notification that there was an additional location, maybe in Scioto County, maybe in Pike County, but then I think there was a few personnel from the sheriff's office that responded to that. BCI did not respond to that. We stayed at our scenes.
Okay. And how long would you say you stayed there before doing something else?
I was only there approximately an hour to an hour and a half before I finally received word. Again, back in 2016, communications out there were not good. So cell phones were iffy. Sometimes you'd get a signal, sometimes you weren't getting one, and so wasn't the radio. So our portable radios we use also were not getting good signals. So once we got, at some point we were advised to respond to the sheriff's office because family members were there and needed interviewed. Those family members were James Manley, Bobby Joe Manley, Billy Morgan, and I think at that time Luke Rhoden was there, or maybe he responded shortly after that. But there was members that had located the deceased that were responding to the sheriff's office to get interviewed.
Okay. And why is it important to interview those individuals?
Because that's the start of everything. They're the ones that discovered the individuals deceased, so that's where the investigation starts. We have to start somewhere. That's where it starts. Those are the first piece of the puzzle.
Okay. And can you tell us what role did BCI take in this investigation?
So as I mentioned earlier, typically we're a request agency, so those requests comes in different formats. Sometimes we're just asked to come in and help. An example of that would be crime scene. Crime scene gets asked a lot just to come in and process a crime scene and then leave. So they collect their data, they collect the evidence, and they leave. Same thing happens with SIU sometimes. Sometimes we'll come in and be asked, hey, can you do an interview for us? Or hey, can you help do surveillance for us? And that's all we would have in a case. Or we might be asked several times, like in Gallia County, we would be asked to do a joint investigation with the sheriff's office on a homicide because their detectives wanted to learn how to do it. They wanted to know how to do it, so we would kind of FTO them, if you will. In this particular case, the request was for BCI to handle the investigation. That came from the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did BCI in fact assume the investigation?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And were you allotted any help from the Pike County Sheriff's Office?
As you can imagine, not being from here, none of our agents live in this area, in this county. We need local help. We have to have some resources from the locals, as well as we don't have a uniform division, so that's kind of important. So the decision was made to assign 2 majors to our investigative team to assist us with things locally that we needed. So they would help get us, uniformed deputies if needed. They would help us find a canine if needed. They would help us, track down witnesses because they had local contacts. So yes, 2 majors were assigned to assist us.
Okay. And did that ultimately go down to just one major?
Yes, yes. Eventually, after 10 months, 11 months, Major Dickerson at the time accepted employment at EMA as the director, and he was no longer part of the team.
Okay. And who was the other major that was helping?
Alan Lewis.
Okay. And then again, like you said, you also have the assistance of Pike County Sheriff's Office or any of the other local police agencies when you needed that?
As needed, yes.
Okay. So, for instance, for search warrants or various other things that you did along the way?
We would have uniformed personnel along, correct.
Okay. Back to that very first day, can you tell us, you responded to the sheriff's office, you interviewed some people, and then what happened? Then what did you do?
Things were still very confusing at that time. There was a lot of information coming in, as you can expect. The media was on scene at the time, so this had went statewide as well as national. So eventually, we went back to the Piketon Police Department, where the temporary staging area, headquarters, whatever you want to call it, was, and we tried to organize things. Like, we knew this was going to be we were going to be in for the long haul on this. So we were trying to bring everything together and figure out. That's where our analysts come in. That's where we dump a lot of information into them, and they organize us. They just try to help keep track of things. So, we're trying to say, here's what we had at the crime scenes, here's what the families told us, and here's tips that are coming in. That's all happening extremely fast. Like, it's overwhelming. It overloads you. It's coming in so fast.
Okay. And so you indicated there was a staging area at Piketon PD, and we've heard tale of that already. And you mentioned, obviously, SIU, crime scene agents, some CIU analysts, the criminal intelligence analysts, cyber agents as well?
Correct.
Okay. And cyber agents do what?
So our cyber division, our agents, we have agents in there, and then we have civilian employees. So the agents are law enforcement. They go out in the field because they carry firearms, so they can go out in the field and do telephone extractions, extractions from like recorders for like DVRs for surveillance systems. Now it's a little easier to do it, but back in the day, a lot of those had their own proprietary software, so you kind of had to have some expertise in downloading that. But they also examine computers, GPS units, the computers on vehicles, that kind of thing. So the agents are law enforcement that does that.
Okay. And can you tell us, so after you did your interviews at the sheriff's office, did you return to Piketon PD at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything else that day?
Yes, there was information that had came out that Christopher Jr., Little Chris, had been in an altercation with some local subjects with the last name of Jones. So those people were tracked down, and we began to speak with them to see if there was, if they had any involvement in these crimes, and we were able to clear them.
Okay. And specifically, did you have information that some of those individuals, and you said reference Jones, but there were other people as well, friends of the Joneses as well?
Correct.
And approximate age of those individuals?
Some of them were in high school, and then other ones had just graduated, so they were 18, 19 years old.
Okay. And had there been also some additional information that they had indicated that they had actually committed these crimes?
Yes, there was an altercation between the two groups approximately 10 days before the murders. And then once the murders became public on April 22nd, it didn't take long, obviously, for them to hit the news. Some of the members of that group involving the Joneses had basically implied that they were responsible for the murders and taken credit for it.
Okay. And specifically, do you know the name of the individual that you guys tracked down that day?
Isaiah Jones and Larry Jones.
Okay. And you indicated that they were, in fact, ultimately ruled out.
Correct.
as suspects in this case. Okay. Talk to us about, did you do anything else that day?
Most of that day was spent trying to round those people up because there were some of them that were here in Pike County, some had went to Ross County, some were down in Scioto County, so we were trying to just track them down everywhere. We also established a tip system because we had so many tips coming in. Ultimately, I believe we had 1,143 tips that came in that period of the investigation, through the end of the investigation to the arrests, and all 1,143 of those tips were investigated and cleared.
Okay. And so how was that tip system established?
A supervisor was assigned to it, a law enforcement supervisor from BCI, and then the analyst were the ones that were taking the information in, our criminal intelligence analyst, and they just kept track of it through their own database. They created a database and they tracked them. They would mark the tip, it would get assigned to an agent, and the agent would go out, investigate the tip, and respond back and report his or her findings.
Okay. And can you tell us, how long did you work out of the Piketon Police Department?
I think we were there approximately 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, and then we moved to the chemical plant out on 220. I think it was called Hatzel Chemical at the time.
Okay. And again, just to kind of have a central location where you can all gather, share information, set up shop.
Correct, because our closest office is in London, Ohio, or Athens. We needed somewhere here locally that we could meet daily to report to, and we couldn't tie up the sheriff's office or a police department because they still have to continue with their normal daily activities.
Okay. And did you ultimately switch your location from the chemical plant?
Yes, we did,
And where did you go then?
to the atomic plant, to a standalone building at the atomic plant.
Okay. And at some point, did you assume the role of lead agent in this case?
Yeah, so, my unit was here from day one, April 22nd. Initially, there was a lead agent at the beginning of the case. During that time, the role of the lead agent is basically to try to organize the investigation and figure out what kind of duties need done, and then they kind of, I wouldn't say pawn them off, but ask another agent like, hey, can you go out and do this interview? Can you do that interview? So initially, I was out doing interviews and tracking down tips and leads, but ultimately, in approximately March or April of 2017, I became the lead agent.
Okay. And in the meantime, like I said, you already testified that you were doing kind of boots on the ground, doing interviews with multiple individuals. Can you tell us just overall how many reports were generated from your unit?
Sure, yeah. Early on, I was assigned to Al Lewis because I was doing so much stuff. Initially, I needed somebody with me, so Al was assigned to me full-time. That happened when we were at Hatzel Chemical, so that's kind of when I started really getting involved in the weeds of the case. Between SIU, crime scene, and cybercrime, so that would be all agents, there's approximately 835 reports that were written on this case. That does not include laboratory reports. Laboratory is a whole different side. They do things differently. Out of those, I authored 165, 67 of those reports.
Okay. And even after you became the lead agent, did you continue to do interviews and
Yes,
such?
I continued to do the boots on the ground work.
Okay. Going back to those very first days, can you tell us about some of the initial steps that were taken, again, in those very first few weeks?
Yeah, as testified to earlier by the analyst, one of the things that we got was we do victimology. It's called victimology. Who are our victims? What are they about? We want to know everything about our victims because that oftentimes leads to the suspects or the perpetrators. So one of the things that we did was the phone records that you heard about. We tried to track down those devices. Unfortunately, several of them were missing, so that creates an issue. Another thing that the tips were coming in. Those are obviously, especially day 1, day 2, day 3. Those are priority, right? As they're coming in, we need to follow up with them. So we did that. We talked to the family members. We're trying to get information from the family. Who are our victims? Who are their associates? Who are their friends? Who are their spouses? Who are their exes? That kind of thing. Who are their coworkers? We're trying to find out all that kind of information. As we find out information such as telephone numbers or banking accounts or Facebook accounts, we're sending out preservation letters to those agencies and those companies saying, we need you to preserve those records. We will follow up with some kind of court order, but right now preserve them so that they do not change. So we did that with this case, like Facebook. Once we identified the Facebook accounts of the victims, we sent out preservation letters notifying Facebook, basically lock those accounts down so that we can get them the way they were. We also did a tower dump at one time. The problem with tower dumps in Pike County, Ohio, is at the time there was only limited tower service, and so everybody in Pike County was on those towers. So typically a tower dump is you send a search warrant to that provider. So if AT&T owns that tower, you send a search warrant to them for that specific tower identifier and say, I want all the devices that connected to that tower or had interaction with that tower for a certain time frame. Works well in big cities because there's lots of towers and you can kind of pinpoint things down. Unfortunately here, every single person in Pike County was on those towers. So you get a lot of you get an overload basically. But you can also rule out devices. If you know devices, you can say that device was never on that tower or is on that tower. So that's helpful. As evidence came in from the crime scene, it was sent to the lab and it was analyzed. That's a huge important thing. And the way this worked, because we had 4 crime scenes, we had one central agent, Brian White, that was responsible for, once the evidence was collected, he would take possession of it and take it to the lab to be tested.
Okay. So you've told us a lot there. So obviously getting the records, and we heard our analyst talk about that's important to you as an investigator because, first of all, it helps you narrow down time of death, perhaps, the time the crime was committed.
Correct. We did not know what time these deaths occurred, what time the crime occurred, so you have to look at last known activity on a communication device, whether it's their telephone, whether it's Facebook, whether it's a credit card, a debit card, or whether it's an in-person contact with a friend or a family member. It also can include surveillance systems, right? There's video on a lot of places now, so we look for that to try to narrow down the last time that person was seen alive and if anybody was with them.
And then you talked about preserving records such as Facebook or others. And you kind of already touched on this, that the communication or the cell phone service was spotty in some areas. Did you learn that Facebook was often used for communication in lieu of cell phones?
So one of the things that we found out very quickly, day 1, day 2 of this investigation from friends and family, is there's very limited service areas down here for cell phones, as well as not everybody has minutes always. So we found out that people had Wi-Fi, and a lot of the ways they would communicate was through Facebook Messenger or some kind of other texting app that did not require a data plan to be active on their phone. They could use Wi-Fi and communicate, which creates another challenge.
Okay. And in reference to the tower dumps, as you referred to it, basically you're getting information from the cell phone towers to see which phones are pinging off of them or
Which device is correct.
are reaching out to them for, okay. And that can help you if, for instance, there's a phone that doesn't belong there, that doesn't live in the area or isn't often.
There's multiple different things you can do, but one of those is, yes, you can look for patterns, like this is the first time this device ever hit that tower. That would be suspect, right? That's something we'd want to investigate. The absence of a phone can be suspicious, or, so there's certain things you look for. Unfortunately, in Pike County, and again, I did not do the dumps. I, was just given that they weren't fruitful. But the biggest issue was, with limited amount of towers, everybody that resides in Pike County, as well as everybody that travels through Pike County, 32, 23, is on those tower dumps. So they weren't really helpful.
Okay. But there are programs that kind of sift through that information, right? Like you don't do that by hand. It can sift through that information pretty quickly and kind of pinpoint.
Yes, a
some
lot of
those
information that comes in through court orders, especially involving telephone records, internet records, that kind of thing, can be put into different commercially available software programs that we purchase at BCI, and that either cyber or CIU would input that information, and then they would get a report out or a product out.
Okay. So you've talked about getting phone records from victims. Were there also extractions performed of the victims' phones that you did have?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also talked about stuff being sent to the lab, specifically ballistics, and obviously we heard Matt White speak to us about some of the preliminary findings, correct?
Yes, that stuff, there was a rush on the ballistic evidence that was collected, as well as the shoe impression evidence that was collected, because at the time we had we just did not have any leads. Like, we were kind of like this, we need this information. This was a whodunit murder.
Okay. So just trying to develop any critical pieces of information that would help you to ultimately be able to identify who committed these offenses.
Correct.
Okay, so ballistics, obviously, and again, we heard Matt White talk about he was able to tell a .30 caliber rifle, the .40 Glock, and he believed he knew kind of the model even, and then the .22, that it was, a certain kind of unique marking, et cetera. And I don't think early in that stage he had identified the weapon that was responsible, as far as the .22 caliber, correct?
Correct. We knew it was a .22 long rifle, the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, and then some sort of .30 caliber rifle, which at the time, based on my firearms experience as a firearms instructor and armorer, and what Matt White was telling me, I believed we were looking for the 7.62 by 39 type. So either it just seemed logical with the metallic magnetic ammunition. That's what I believed we were looking for.
Okay. And again, that's helpful to you as an investigator to start directing your investigation, or you know what you're looking for.
Correct.
Okay. And same way with the footwear impression, was there significance because that shoe was in fact in blood?
Yes.
Okay. And you were provided the Athletic Shoe Works initially, the size 11 from the primary impression, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there also DNA requested from the swabs that were provided or submitted, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, the DNA from the family and the friends, I'm confused.
No,
Which DNA?
I'm sorry, from the crime scenes themselves.
Yes, that was rushed as well, yes.
Okay.
And
All
did
right.
not result in any leads.
Okay. Basically ended up being a lot of DNA that belonged to the victims, as we've heard so far.
Correct, or saturated DNA, which would be, couldn't pull a profile out of it because it's too much.
Okay. Okay, did you also do some canvassing of the neighborhood, and if so, tell us what that is.
So as much high-tech things as we talked about with like tower dumps and cell phone records and telephone records and Facebook records and all this kind of stuff, we also do old-school police work, which involves neighborhood canvasses. We still, to this day, on homicides, kidnappings, abductions, officer-involved shootings, we still go out and knock on doors and ask people, did you see anything? And that includes if it's out in Pike County, Gallia County, City of Columbus, it doesn't matter. We go knock on doors and we ask them, did you see anything? And do you have any video cameras? That's one of the primary things we ask.
Okay,
And that was done.
all right.
There was problems with that, though.
Okay, so tell us about that. How was that process frustrated a little bit at the beginning?
So day one, we did not do that. That is, day one is you're still collecting information. You're very overwhelmed. We started doing that on Saturday. The problem was at that point, Union Hill Road was blocked off at State Route 32 and the Union Hill curve and Laurel Ridge. And so a lot of those people that lived in those areas left. They were scared and they left, or they left because of convenience issues of, because the roadways were blocked off. So we knocked on a lot of doors. There was nobody home. And we went back numerous times, but it took a long time to make contact with all those people.
Okay. And you indicated that your line of question obviously was, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? And do you have any cameras? Why are you interested in the cameras?
Did it capture the crime or any potential suspects traveling to and from the crimes? And we also asked them about the victims themselves. Like, do you know the victims? Do you know of any issues the victims have?
Okay. And can you tell us, you talked about a tip hotline, and you indicated that your supervisor was in charge of that basically, and you ran down more than 1,000 tips.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us, even outlandish tips, for instance, did you have tips from psychics or various inmates?
Yes, so even the tips from psychics, we tried to verify the information, obviously did not go anywhere. We had tips from the death of Prince, the artist, that came in. Those were tracked down and verified. And unfortunately, when you have a big case like this, people want to interject themselves into the investigation. In this case, it just seemed like it was a magnet for that. So we had a lot of inmates from prisons and jails, not only in Ohio, but in all kinds of states, that were passing notes that they have information on this case because they want to get out of jail, right? They have a motive to get out of jail. And then we also had some people that suffer from mental illness that were continuously submitting tips that just had no merit to them. So we had to deal with all those, whether we sent agents to other states, which happened a lot, or we had to contact locals and say, here's what the tip is, can you please go interview this person and see what information you get.
Okay.
But those were cleared.
None of them panned out either.
None
but
of those
the inmates.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
During that time period.
the ones that called in tips did not pan out.
Okay.
Correct.
And you talked about freezing or preserving records such as Facebook and other things. So does preserving just mean there can be no changes made to those records once you have officially put that preservation in place?
Correct.
And then you follow it up with legal process, and you're also receiving those documents as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you get records back from Facebook, are those fairly voluminous?
They're very, yes, they're very large files. They're very difficult to sort through. Facebook does not do a good job of making it easy for you to go through their information. In fact, they're not very cooperative.
Okay. In fact, the records come somewhat jumbled, not chronological.
Correct. There's no rhyme or reason to the records. You have to sort through them, and sometimes they can be 30,000 pages of information.
As a result of learning that you were looking at the time, again, from that early examination that Ms. Elliott did, and you knew that you were looking for a size 11 shoe that you believed belonged to whoever committed these murders, or at least one of the individuals. What did you guys do in response to that information?
It was decided that we would contact the Walmarts within a 50-mile radius of Pike County and ask for all their records for transactions involving that shoe dated back to January 1st of 2016.
Okay. And in addition to getting the records of any transactions, did you also get a request and receive video surveillance that corresponded with those.
Yes, yes. Part of the records we requested were also if there was any photographs or video of those transactions.
And was one of the reasons that you requested from January of 16 to the date of the offense was based on the information that you received from Ms. Elliott regarding it appearing to be a new shoe?
Correct.
And do you know approximately how many Walmarts you guys got those transactions?
15 or 17 of them.
Okay. And was there, as this information and the sharing of information is going on, was there an impression developed as far as a few things that the scenes themselves told you? For instance, the fact that the cameras were gone, or the surveillance, or anything that.
Yeah, there were several things that were, at least that I noted, that I felt unusual. Number one, the scenes are very secluded. Those are just not normal areas. I don't think, my experience as being a deputy sheriff at one time, I know that those outlying roads are rarely traveled on by general public or law enforcement. Like, they just don't get a lot of activity. So to me, that was interesting that, those locations, especially Left Fork, I was like, wow, that just doesn't, not everybody would know that this road is here. So that was unusual. And then when you got to the scenes themselves, there was no sign of forced entry. That was unusual. You had what we thought to be missing cameras, and that was based on, we had saw cameras, and then there was a DVR missing at Chris's residence, as well as interviews with family members that said, hey, there should have been a camera here, then there wasn't. Another thing that was interesting was, we had the scene at Chris's house where you had two individuals that were drugged back to the back bedroom, but then at the other three scenes, it appeared everybody was killed in their sleep in bed. So that was unusual. Specifically, scene 3, which is Dana's 3122, what we all kind of were like, how did 3 people in 3 different rooms get shot and killed in their sleep and nobody woke up to defend themselves? So that was one of the things that was really on our, how does that occur? Now, we knew there was a 22 used, at least we thought there was a 22 used because of the shell casing that was located under the crib in Hannah's room. So at that time, we have to speculate, and we're like, well, maybe there was a suppressor that was used on the end of the firearm. But to me, it seemed like the people responsible for this knew the scenes and knew the people.
There was also, obviously, some marijuana grows discovered at 2 of the different scenes, scenes 1 and scene 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how that shaped your investigation, if at all?
Not much. So the way the scenes looked with, again, whoever did this appeared to know the residences. If it was over marijuana, the marijuana would have been missing. It was not missing, so that's kind of odd. Like, you have to take that into account. They weren't that large of grows. They weren't like something that just stood out to me as being, wow, that's a really big, grow. So yeah, do you take note of it? Sure you do, but it did not lead the investigation. It hampers the investigation because it throws a wrench into your investigation. You still have to look at that, and that is always there, and you have to make sure that you never want to get tunnel vision on an investigation. You have to explore all options.
Okay. So certainly you did explore that as a possible motive in this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did you also learn that Dana and Hannah and little Chris had just moved into their location in a relatively short time?
And that's one of the things when I said it seemed that the perpetrators, the suspects, knew the locations, because we learned that on scene 3 that they had just moved into that location. Again, we started asking family members and friends who all knew about them living here, and it was a very short list. of people that knew that that residence was occupied.
Let's talk about the locations to themselves while we're there. So we have heard, and I believe even our diagrams reference Kenneth Rhoden's location as 799 Left Fork. And I believe we heard testimony from Mr. Stone, who said he went to the nearest mailbox because Kenneth didn't have one. And
Correct.
So tell us how that became a fact that 799 was used, and tell us, please, what the actual location is.
I mean, as you can expect, when BCI responds to a scene, you know, a lot of the information we get is from the sheriff's office, right? So we don't typically apply for the search warrants, especially if crime scene's there. They will have the original agency apply for the search warrants. So at Kenneth's residence on Left Fork, because of the 911 call and because of no other markings, it was originally thought that that location was 799 Left Fork Road, which was not true. It was discovered to be 1084 Left Fork Road.
Okay. And is that location in Pike County?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if 4077 Scene 1 and 4199 Scene 2 are in Pike County?
They are in Pike County, Ohio.
Okay. And regarding 3122, the residents of Dana and Hannah and Little Chris, are you aware if that is in Pike County?
No, it is not.
And what county is it in?
Scioto County.
Okay. Can you tell us, again, at the beginning of the investigation, was it believed to be within Pike County?
Yes, we were told by the Pike County Sheriff's Office that it was in Pike County. The warrants were obtained with the belief that it was in Pike County. So at the time, it was believed to be in Pike County, Ohio.
Okay. And in fact, not far from her house, there's a sign that says, "Welcome to Pike County."
Yes, and on the jury view, you would have saw that when we passed it, correct?
Okay. And in fact, the road itself is in Pike County, is that
Yes,
correct?
and is maintained by Pike County.
Okay. But at some point, it was learned that that was in Scioto County, and also, again, the residents of where, well, I won't go there yet. Okay. So, in part of your early days of investigation, and as you indicated, trying to reconstruct kind of the last activities of the victims, and again, because that helps inform your investigation and what timeline to focus on. Did you guys also get videos of some of the victims indicating where they had been prior to their deaths?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you learn that Dana had worked late and then had stopped at a mart along the way, and she was on video surveillance talking to a coworker?
Correct.
Okay. And did you also learn that Frankie also had made a run and had bought some milk and other items
Yes.
late at night? Okay. You indicated that part of your questioning when you did your neighborhood canvas was to ask them if anybody had any cameras that might have captured this. Did you ultimately recover some video footage that was helpful, again, to the investigation?
Yes, from 2 locations.
Okay. And do you know what those locations are? Or?
We saw them on the jury view. They were 2 of the places that we stopped. One was at the intersection of Union Hill Road and State Route 772, and the other location was on Left Fork Road, kind of where we stopped where the construction or the road work was at, and we had you get out and look into a residence that was not Kenneth's. I believe those numerics were 1475. And the one on State Route 772 is like 3975 or 3795.
3975?
Okay.
And when you're talking about that place on 772, I think we got out on the jury view a couple of times.
2 times. It was the intersection. We had you kind of look at the back of the residence, the side of the residence where there was a porched area, and then we had you move kind of towards State Route 772, but we didn't have you walk into the roadway because we were afraid with it being on the curve, but told you to kind of look towards the driveway up to the residence leading into what would appear to be the main door that is used.
Okay. Yeah, if you, so, that's X. And that's gonna show up on yours. Okay, first of all, can you tell us what we are looking at there?
This is an overhead map. I believe it's a Google image. Basically, it starts with, our scene number 3, and then covers down to scene number 4.
Okay, and for the jury's purpose, the locations marked in red represent the scenes, correct?
Correct. Every location in red would be a crime scene.
Okay, and go ahead and just walk us through so we can orient ourselves.
Okay. So here's State Route 32. So this is where we traveled in during the jury view. Piketon would be up in this area. So then you turn into Union Hill Road back here, and you come in this way. So you would come through Dana's residence first, and then as you continue on Union Hill Road, you would hit Christopher's residence, Frankie's residence. You would continue on to the intersection of 772. That's where the cameras at 3975 were located. And then if you continue on numerous different routes, which we did on the jury view when we kind of looked like we were lost, but there's different routes you can go. Ultimately, you can wind up down here to 799 Left Fork, which is also correctly 1084 Left Fork Road. And then the other residence, if you remember right, on the jury view was down here at 1475. And then we also had you get out at an intersection down here.
Okay, and on this map, you indicated we could come down to various ways down to Left Fork Road.
Correct.
From 772. Can you also come in kind of to the right of that?
Yeah,
to
so from Union Hill Road, you can turn right. You go past the church where we stopped briefly. Continue on 772. There's a couple side roads, artery roads that you could access, but ultimately you could end up at Left Fork. If you come out of Union Hill Road and turn left onto 772, there's also numerous ways. Unfortunately, there's several of the roads that are closed. We encountered that on our jury view where I pulled in and had to turn around because I didn't realize the roads were no longer accessible. But yes, there's numerous other ways you can come in around this way. Ultimately, you can come in from the Camp Creek Road area.
Okay. And then what is that, 51 Union Hill Road?
So this is a location, it's one of the ones that we knocked on. I specifically went to that for my neighborhood canvas. There was nobody home on that Saturday the 23rd, but the following week, and I don't remember what day of the week it was, but we were notified that the property owner for 51 Union Hill Road was at the roadblock at 32, that he was out of town in Michigan. He actually resides in Michigan, but he had cameras at his residence that should capture the roadway, and he would be more than willing to share them with law enforcement. So I met up with him. We traveled, me and a cyber agent traveled to his this location on Union Hill Road, and when he walked us out to the tree where his camera's at, it was missing. And he verified with us that that camera was up with fresh batteries the Sunday before the murders, because that's when he went back to Michigan.
And can you tell us, Agent Scheider, again, the 2 purple locations where you were successful in getting video footage, was that examined, the video footage?
Yeah, so during a neighborhood canvas, Special Agent John Jenkins made contact with these residents. They said they had video, at which time cyber agents were deployed and they retrieved the video from those locations.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, but were you able to see activity on those cameras that were consistent with the time period that you guys had believed the crimes to have occurred?
Yeah, based on interviews, with the last activity from family members as well as friends, we kind of had a rough timeline of when we thought the murders could have occurred, especially at the time we had learned that Kenneth Rhoden oftentimes would travel to Chris's house to take a shower. That was believed to be somewhere around 4 a.m. before he traveled to Columbus for work. So we were kind of looking at that time frame from like 11 o'clock p.m. to probably 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, looking for suspicious activity out in that area. That's the time frame we've focused on.
Okay. I'm going to, I should show you. Your Honor, I think we would like to request a break at this point before we go into this next section.
Defense ready for a break, too?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess until 3:15. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research at all concerning the facts or the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, and any witnesses. Does counsel wish to put anything else on the record before we take our break?
No.
Then we are in recess until 3:15.
These are for residents.
Is the defense ready to proceed this time?
Yes.
And have the jury brought in? Is the defense ready? Go ahead and bring the jurors up. You may be seated. Is the state ready to resume questioning Officer Scheider?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is his defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you may proceed then.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to approach and hand you first an exhibit marked X1.
Okay.
If you could tell us what that is.
Exhibit X1 is a timeline for video snippets for 3975 State Route 772 for April 22nd, 2016.
Okay. And can you throw that map back up? And again, can you just show us where this is from?
This location would have been the residence that we saw during jury view at the intersection of Union Hill Road and State Route 772. There was multiple buildings at that location, and ultimately we told you to look at specific areas: the back of the the large residence, the side of it, and then the front towards the driveway.
Okay. And you indicated that you observed that video, looking for any activity that might be useful during the investigation, correct?
Correct, and we were also alerted by the homeowners that they had vehicles on their surveillance system.
Okay. All right. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit X5. Cover sheet.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, the video, this is just a cover sheet of the video from our audio video lab over at Organized Crime. And basically it's indicating that DVR1, which is the DVR system, since there was two systems collected, Left Fork as well as State Route 772, this was designated as DVR1. And it's designating that there is a 14-minute delay, or that the video is time-stamped 14 minutes slower than what actual time is. So unfortunately, a lot of the video systems we encounter, the clocks are not correctly set on them.
Okay, but that's something that's determined immediately so that you can make sure you're having the.
One of the things that the agents are told to do is when they go to a recording system to try to verify, is it current with current time, or is there a delay, or what have you, to try to adjust for time, yes.
Okay. Going to turn your attention now to State's Exhibit X3A, which is a video clip. And if you can pause, can you? Yep. Okay. So first of all, we do see that timestamp in the corner there, or the upper part there that says 1:22
Correct.
a.m., correct?
That is the timestamp. The corrected time would be 1:36 a.m.
Okay. Go ahead.
Not accounting for seconds, but just the 1:36.
Okay. Okay. And can you tell us, Agent Scheider, what we just saw, where was that vehicle traveling from and where was it traveling toward in that video?
So that video, if you remember behind that residence, there was a row of pine trees that lined Union Hill Road. So that video was shot from the back side of that residence towards Union Hill Road, towards the crime scenes. So that vehicle is coming from towards the crime scenes, towards State Route 772. So that's that video, and that's why you see the gaps. The gaps would be the trees that are lining the roadway.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit X3B. And I should stop you, first of all. In regards to X3A, you indicated it was coming basically from the area of Frankie and Hazel's address, correct? And going towards 772?
Correct.
Okay. And did the other camera pick it up? So were you able to tell which way the vehicle turned?
So there's 3 cameras at that residence, and that is the only camera that single vehicle traveling towards 772 is observed on. So when we get to some footage here coming up, you're going to see that the other cameras, the one that was shooting straight out of the driveway, as well as one that covered the porch. The one that covered the porch catches the corner of that front house. Remember, there was a residence right at the intersection, and then it covers the left-hand lane of that intersection. It does not cover the right-hand lane, so where I blocked off, if you remember where I was positioned and blocked off during the jury view, no cameras cover that section of the roadway on Union Hill Road. So the only part of Union Hill at the intersection you can see is the very left-hand part of it.
Okay. So if a vehicle would have turned right, it would have.
You do not see it in the video, correct?
Okay. Okay, so back to X3B. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Again, these are motion-activated cameras, so they sometimes record additional video footage.
Okay. And so we're going to take you to the timestamp of 1:46 a.m., and again, can you tell us what time that would actually have been?
The corrected time would be 2 a.m., 0200 hours.
For the record, I'm actually going to start this at 1:45:27
Timestamp.
timestamp.
Okay. So again, Special Agent Scheider, can you tell us what we are looking at there in relation to the map?
Okay, again, you're looking at channel 4 of that system, which is on the rear of the residence. That is video footage pointing that direction towards Union Hill Road and ultimately towards the crime scenes. Again,
Oops.
it's a mile and a half or 2 miles away from the crime scenes, but it's capturing those trees again, and this is a vehicle headed back towards the area of the crime scenes. And you can see the brakes in the video from where it passes the pine trees.
Okay. And again, did it appear to have returned the same way it left as far as the camera's capturing it?
Yeah, the camera did not move, so it's unknown if it's the same vehicle, but it's a single vehicle, correct?
Okay. X3C, looking at 2:27 a.m. timestamp. And again, what would the corrected time be?
Would be 2:41 a.m. or 02:41 hours.
Okay. And again, reference the map. Can you tell us what we are looking at there?
Same channel, channel 4, same camera, rear of the residence, what I'm calling the rear of the residence. Again, it's covering that end of Union Hill Road, pointed towards the crime scenes, and there would be 2 vehicles that are traveling towards the intersection at State Route 772. And they appear to be traveling together.
Objection.
Basis is,
There's no factual basis. It's 2 vehicles, one after the other, with some distance between them.
Well, to the extent that that may ask for a conclusion, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. They appeared on the camera at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit X3D, taking you to timestamp 3:05, which again would be what corrected time?
This is right, timestamp 2:27.
Yeah, this is 2:27 is on the screen.
Okay. I'm going to call that Q6, because it's the order it appears on this. So that's going to be Q6. X3E. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, sorry. confusion over here. X3E. And referring to timestamp 228, the corrected time would be,
The 227 stamp would equate to 2:41. So the corrected time is 2:41 a.m.
okay. So tell us what we saw there.
Took it down. So on the previous video, we saw two vehicles traveling down Union Hill Road. This is now at the intersection where the vehicles are observed making a left-hand turn onto State Route 772. So that's the porch view, or the view that captures the porch on the side of the house.
So that time it appears those vehicles turned left instead of right.
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming we have a 228 timestamp next. Okay. So X3G, looking at 228 timestamp, corrected time being,
2:42 a.m.
okay. Okay, so again, if you can tell us where we are, or where that camera is and what it's capturing.
That camera, if you pull in the driveway of that residence and you go directly to the residence, that camera's on that side of the residence. It is pointed out towards State Route 772. So that would be capturing vehicles that as they approach the intersection at State Route 772, they turn left onto State Route 772.
Okay, and drove in front of the house, basically.
And they're crossing the driveway right to left.
Okay. And then going to State's Exhibit X3D, as in dog, with a 3:05 timestamp back on the Channel 4.
Be Channel 5, and this would be 0319 hours, so 3:19 a.m.
Hold on, that's not,
Or I'm sorry,
that's not, no, I'm talking to Mr. Wilson here. That is not what we want. Sorry. State's Exhibit X, this is State's Exhibit X3H. Timestamp 3:05, again, AM. Can you tell us what the corrected time is?
3:19 a.m.
Okay. And again, can you tell us what are we seeing there?
So you are seeing the camera that is at the front of the residence that is capturing State Route 772, and you are seeing two vehicles left to right traveling on State Route 772 passing the driveway.
Okay. And then X3F, timestamp of 3:05. Again, corrected time of 3:19 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what did we see there?
Two vehicles turning right off of State Route 772 onto Union Hill Road.
Okay, and basically going back towards, they would encounter the residents of scene 3,
Correct.
Frankie and Hazel. And then X3D, timestamp of 3:05. And again, can you tell us, using the map as a reference, what we are looking at there?
Is the camera view of the rear of the residence shooting towards Union Hill Road, away from State Route 772, and it shows two vehicles traveling along Union Hill Road past those pine trees,
Okay. And once again, just for the record.
headed towards the residences, the crime scenes.
Okay. And is that the extent of the vehicles that were of interest to you on those videos?
Yes,
Obtained from 3975 State Route 772?
yes.
Okay. And then turning your attention to 1475 Left Fork Road. And that's going to be first State's Exhibit X6, right, the cover sheet. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
Again, this is a cover sheet for the video from the Audio Video Lab. Designation of DVR2 simply means that's the second one, and the offset time is 12 hours and 6 minutes fast.
Okay, so you have to subtract that amount of time, 12 hours and 6 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, State's Exhibit X4, and going to 1435 timestamp. I assume. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you pause that?
Yep.
I'll hand you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit X2. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Again, this is just a timeline from the video of 1475 Left Fork Road designating vehicle activity with the corrected and as well as the timestamp from the video times.
Okay. You can play, sorry. Okay. Yeah, and then, well, I guess stop that. So what were we seeing there?
So that was the residence on Left Fork Road. We stopped, we observed it. It was where they were doing the ditch repair or something along the way. They had all the heavy machinery out there. We only stopped there for a couple minutes and had you just look at a residence. There's one single camera pointed directly towards Left Fork Road, and that is a video of a vehicle traveling actually the video would be a better description of this one because the overhead's too small. If you back it up just a so down here, this is Left Fork Road. What you would see is down here would be the intersection where we stopped and had you get out and just kind of do the 360 pan at the intersection. And then past the edge of the house would be Kenneth's residence. And the corrected time on that is 2:29 a.m.
Okay, and then next going to a 1457 timestamp, and what is the corrected time on that?
2:51 a.m.
Okay.
Same camera.
Okay. And again, what did we see there?
Single vehicle traveling the same direction as the previous vehicle,
Okay.
or previous video containing a vehicle.
From that area where the
From the
jury got out?
intersection towards Kenneth's house.
Okay. And the residence would be on that right-hand side that would have been capturing this, correct?
Correct.
And then Kenneth would be down on the left.
Left-hand side of Left Fork, correct,
Yep.
if you're traveling that direction.
Okay. And then 1516 timestamp,
3:10 a.m.
okay.
Again, same camera, same view.
Okay, and that time, what were we seeing?
This is a single vehicle traveling from the area of Kenneth's residence towards the intersection that we stopped at.
Okay.
Again, the time is 3:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that the extent of the footage from that camera that was of interest to you?
Yes.
Special Agent Scheider, you talked about interviewing friends and family of the victims, again, just to kind of develop any leads that would be helpful. Did you also ask those individuals to provide their DNA and provide you any extractions from their phones?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that, you asked them to do that voluntarily, correct?
Correct. It was a consent search.
Okay. And did you obtain a lot of DNA and a lot of phone extractions?
From those initial sets of interviews with friends and family, we obtained DNA and phone extractions from everybody except one person,
Okay. And who was the one person?
Jake Wagner.
Okay. Did he provide you DNA?
Yes.
Did he provide you his phone?
No.
Okay. Do you remember when he was interviewed?
I believe it was May 13th of 2016.
Okay. I'm just going to show you a photograph, State's Exhibit Y. And can you tell us what we are looking at there?
So this is the interview room. This is basically a snapshot of a video from the interview room at the old sheriff's office across the street. And present at this interview would be Jake Wagner, who's also visible here. And then these are agents from BCI.
Okay. And it appears that there's a hat sitting on the table in front of him, correct?
Correct, that's Jake's hat.
Okay. So in that photograph, he does not have any head apparel on, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This is his hair.
Okay. And does that picture fairly depict how his hair looked on May 13th of 2016?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And did you later learn that that is not his natural color?
Correct.
Special Agent Scheider, as part of this investigation, again, in these preliminary days and weeks and then months, did you also, you talked about following various tips and leads, obviously you're interviewing witnesses. Did you set about trying to rule out or in various individuals in regards to these murders?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you talked already about that first day, there was two individuals with the last name of Jones that you immediately looked into. And you also talked a little bit about, because of the marijuana grows, you naturally would look to see anybody that the victims had contact with who might have a motive to murder them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also look into various individuals that, again, had any kind of disagreement or altercation with the victims in this case?
Yes, and it was, it's super complicated when you have 8 victims, right? So you have to look at 8 people. What would be the reason that somebody wanted to murder them? So is it all the same for all 8, or is it an individual one target? So you just don't know at the beginning. So you have normally in an investigation, your list of suspects or potential suspects goes like this. This investigation, it kind of went like this. The more we talk to friends and family, the more acquaintances, the more friends, the more people, that we learn that were in these victims' lives. So that made it more difficult.
Okay.
The other thing that made it more difficult was the absence of evidence at the scenes. To us, told us this was a planned out event. This was not a spur of the moment thing. This appeared that somebody had planned these events because of the absence of evidence.
Special Agent Scheider, at some point we talked about you getting the video footage from the Walmarts in a 50-mile radius. I think you said 15 to 17 of those. Were those videos looked at initially?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And at some point, was it identified that an individual known as Leonard Manley had purchased a size 10 of those exact shoes that you were looking for?
Yes, at the Waverly Walmart.
Okay. So the same brand, but not the same size, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what size?
That he purchased?
Yeah.
10s, but I don't remember the widths, whether it was standard or if it was wide. I do not remember that.
Okay. And as a result of, I think you already testified, you had been told you were looking for a size 11, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But at the time that you identified Mr. Manley, first of all, can you tell us who that is?
Leonard Manley would be Dana Rhoden's father. It would be the grandfather of Christopher, Hannah, and Frankie. Also the father of Bobby Joe Manley and James Manley.
Okay. And can you tell us, as a result of identifying him on one of the videos, purchasing one of those pairs of shoes, what next steps were taken?
Well, one of the things that Special Agent Daniels and I, Special Agent Jones and I did was we traveled to the Waverly Walmart and looked up those shoes. And I called back to the lab trying to confirm that we were correct on that size 11, that it could not be a size 10. So I wanted to see those shoes myself. So I was at the Waverly Walmart looking at those shoes, making that phone call to make sure we are looking for a size 11, because I'm not a shoe expert. I don't know anything about them. Additionally, Leonard Manley was contacted and we interviewed him. And we asked him where those shoes went, produced the shoes for us.
Okay. And you, did you learn that he had thrown them away?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you do a trash pull?
Yeah, I did not, but other agents retrieved them through the trash, correct?
Okay, through the trash company.
Correct.
Okay. And first of all, was it confirmed that there was not a size 10 in that scene?
Correct.
Okay. But you submitted these, or these were submitted anyhow?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you needed to know if in fact...
Rule them in, rule them out.
Okay. And were they also submitted to test for the presence of any traces of blood?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And was he also ruled out?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Special Agent Scheider, can you tell us, you indicated that some of the reasons that jurisdictions will invite you in is, and you made the comment that the sheriff has the daily business to tend to.
Yes.
An investigation of this size would completely handicap that effort, I would assume.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of approximately how many different agents worked on this case?
I would say the initial response was probably 30 agents responded initially between crime scene, cyber, SIU, and then narcotics. And again, the narcotics agents responded just as additional manpower. It was not necessarily related to the marijuana. But throughout the investigation, it would be well over 50 different agents probably touched it in some different sense or assisted on it.
Okay. And you personally remained on this case the entire time?
I have been on it since day one and continue to be on it.
Okay, all right. I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor. This is a witness that we would like to recall at some point.
All right. The defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon.
Agent Scheider.
That is correct.
You know who I am, right?
Yes, sir.
We have met.
Many times.
I'm one of the lawyers for George Wagner there. Now, just to be very clear, you have given us a very, very, very brief overview of the investigation from April of 2016 until today. Is that correct?
I have given you an overview of the initiation of the investigation. This would not cover the investigation
You have not
in
told
any
us,
manner.
Yeah, you've not told us everything, right?
Correct.
And it's your understanding and my understanding that you're going to be recalled throughout this case to explain different aspects of the
I
investigation.
believe that's what was just explained by the prosecutor,
Okay, I
yes.
just want to make sure we're on the same page. So many of the items you have summarized very briefly will be gone into detail much later. Is that your understanding?
I would assume so, yes.
All right. You just spoke at the end of your testimony concerning Mr. Leonard Manley and the information you received about him purchasing those shoes at the Waverly Walmart, correct?
Correct.
All right. Just a couple of questions about that, if I could. Do you remember the approximate date he purchased those shoes?
I don't, but I believe it was January or February.
If I told you February of 16,
I would believe that.
okay. And do you recall when those shoes were retrieved from the trash, approximately?
It was in May, but I'm not sure the exact date.
If
I want to say it was probably 15, 20 days after the initial response.
Okay, if Miss Elliott testified earlier it was 27 days after the crime, would you argue with that?
No, I would not argue with that.
Now, throughout your investigation, I think you've made the point that this was a very complex and complicated investigation for many different reasons, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have, along with your other agents, you have preserved your investigation on various computer hard drives and accumulated a lot of information, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're familiar with the term terabyte?
Yes.
All right. Approximately how many terabytes of information have you collected or generated about this case?
I believe it's roughly 4,
All right.
and you would probably have a better idea exactly from, discovery dumps, but my understanding it's around 4 terabytes.
Okay. And do you know, that's because you've given that information to the defense, right?
Yes.
As you're required to under the law.
I did not personally give the defense anything, but yes, the prosecutors have.
Right, and you gave it to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know how much a terabyte of information is? If it were reduced to like documents, pages of documents? If you know, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine.
I have no clue how much that is. It is a lot. A terabyte holds a lot of information.
All right. And you testified earlier that you learned at some point that Dana's residence, which I believe has been referred to as Scene 3, is that correct?
Yes.
That was actually in Scioto County and not Pike County.
Correct.
When did you learn that?
I don't know the exact date, but it was sometime after the indictments or the arrests.
Well, the indictment was November of 2018.
Right, November 12th.
Okay, so how much after the indictments did you learn that her residence is actually Scioto County?
I couldn't give a reference. It was after that point, though.
You can't give us
I cannot. It was sometime after that.
6
Did I-
months after?
I'm not aware exactly when it was.
Did you document that anywhere?
No, I did not.
You did not document that Dana's residence was actually Scioto County versus Pike County?
Correct.
You did not document that.
I did not document it.
Do you remember how you learned that her residence was in Scioto rather than Pike?
There was a discussion, and I think it involved a family member from the Rhodens. And then it was, then it was checked into through the records,
Sorry, through which,
through auditor records.
okay. Do you have any idea when that was?
Again, I don't know the time frame after. It was sometime after the indictments.
After the indictment, you learned that it was Scioto County, not Pike, but you did not document that anywhere.
Correct.
Given that you're going to be recalled in this case concerning various things, I have no other questions at this time.
Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, was the reason it was called to your attention is because of the way taxes were paid for that property?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that this was post-indictment when you learned of it. Is it true that there are a lot of locations where crimes occurred in this case that are not within Pike County, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And as someone who has investigated various crimes and participated in the investigation and also testified, I presume, in other cases? You've testified in other cases?
Yes.
And you're aware that as long as there's a continuing course of conduct, any county that the crime occurred in has jurisdiction in the case,
Objection.
correct?
Basis is,
It's a legal issue rather than a factual issue, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would say as an investigator, he's very intimate with the the Ohio Revised Code because he has to make his charging decisions based.
I'll let him answer the question. I didn't deal with objection.
Based on my experience, my training, my education, yes, I have encountered that issue and I'm aware of that issue.
Okay, that as long as some elements of the offense or some of the crimes occurred in a county, that county has jurisdiction over the case.
Absolutely, yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Judge, if I could.
Yes.
Sir, are you aware of the Ohio Constitution requires that an offense, that the trial of an offense take place in the county where it was committed? Are you aware of that?
Unless it's a,
I'm going to object to this. The court has already ruled on this.
Judge, I'm following up on.
Well, I'll permit the recross. You may answer the question if you can.
I'll rephrase it. Are you aware that the Ohio Constitution requires that a trial take place in the county where the crime occurred? Are you aware of that?
unless it's a continuing course of conduct.
Listen to my question, sir. Are you aware that the Ohio Constitution, not the revised code, the Ohio Constitution requires that a trial of a crime take place in the county where it was committed? Are you aware of that or not?
I'm not specific of that Constitution, what you're talking about, no.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may,
Well, all right.
were you present when Mr. Parker made that same argument to the court?
Objection, Judge.
Well, I'm gonna sustain the objection. I think we've chewed that issue. The court will give appropriate instructions concerning venue in the case at the time of, at the appropriate time when it's turned over to the jury for instruction. Are we going to put on anything else today, or are we going to recess?
Yes, Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses for today.
Does the defense have anything else to say before we recess for the day?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. And we're done with this witness.
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. At that time, as you've been doing, report to the jury room downstairs to be brought up here by court personnel. You'll be leaving your notepads on your seats and wearing your badges home and back tomorrow. While you are between now and tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research at all concerning this case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, including internet sources such as, for example, Facebook or other, Facebook or other social media sites, any site at all. You're not to review any of that. And that would also include print media as well as television and radio. And you're to have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including counsel parties or witnesses. And so if there's nothing further, we will be adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And please be safe. All right.